Juhi, do you have any update? Oh, you're in
Yes, I have a lot of questions. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take a while.
Yeah.
So I submitted, well, they sent sorry, I'm making no sense. JCO sent me a link where I could submit for like a pre-submission um edits is what they
Mhm.
called it. So just to like get their opinion
Uh-huh.
on the manuscript, but then they haven't replied back. They said it was only gonna take like 2, 3 business days, but then it's been taking a while, so I just gave up on them and I
Hmm.
started editing the manuscript for Nature Communication.
Mhm.
Um, and one of the things with Nature Communication was that they wanted us to send them a list of authors that we want to list as reviewers. So I was wondering if you could think of any names. Um,
How many?
they didn't specify. They just wanted us to include that um in the letter, the cover letter that we're gonna send in. Um, so I was just thinking maybe 2 or 3 names, and they asked if we wanted to exclude certain names.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So um,
Yeah,
but
so
we're
no
yeah.
one to exclude. Um,
Okay.
you can put Dr. Rizal Kurdrak.
Doctor what? Sorry.
I'll put it in the chat box here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So Kurdrak. And Liam has the contact information for her.
Okay.
And if you do one more, so this is early detection.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there, if it's, I don't know. So she is the early cancer detection in Gardent,
Okay.
but she was a former Baylor endocrinologist.
Okay.
But I don't know her. You know the Vietnamese name, Nguyen. I don't know how that's special.
Nguyen.
Uh, I found her. She's not with Baylor anymore.
Okay.
Her her well, maybe she's part because she still shows up. I put her, yeah. So um I don't know if you need her email, right? I have her
Yes.
email, so you but I don't know if you need the work email, but at least I have her personal email here. So
Okay.
yeah, work with those two people.
Okay, sounds good. And if you remember how like when we submitted for Lancet, like how I was able to talk with the editors before, and then they wanted the conversation mentioned in the cover letter.
Yeah.
So Nature Communication was saying the same thing. If I ever talked to their editors, they wanted mentioned the cover letter, but I never did. Do you
Uh-huh.
think I should try to talk to them? I don't know if that makes a difference. Like I could totally reach out because I think we're gonna take like a week or so to edit. I don't know if they're gonna respond within that time. So do you
Yeah,
think it's
I think
worth a try or like
I think it's worth a try. Yeah.
okay.
Reach out
Okay,
to
I'll try
editor.
to reach
Yeah, but if they don't reply, it's fine. We don't lose it
okay.
by doing that.
Okay, I'll reach out and see if they're interested.
Yeah,
Ask if they're interested.
yeah.
And and if they reach out, then I'll mention that in the cover letter.
Yep.
Um, so their abstract is like 150 words, so it's like super short, and I wasn't sure where to cut out. So I was wondering if you didn't mind taking a look, because you have
Yeah.
to cut out like half of it. I have like no idea.
You have it, you can share your screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen. One sec.
So this is.
This is what we had. Um, they don't want it divided up. They just want it in like a paragraph form. Oh,
But 150,
yes.
150
It-
word count, that's. awfully
150
short.
word count. They just want us to introduce and then to talk about a little bit of about the result and then just like a little bit about the implications and that's it.
Hmm.
So I took out the method completely. I don't think they're interested in method in general. Even in the actual manuscript, they wanted the method listed at the end, like
Hmm.
after discussion. So I just took out the method. But I wasn't sure like what part of intro slash result slash implication.
So globally, you can take out that one.
Okay, that whole sentence?
Yeah,
Okay.
now you can take out the second sentence too. It's sort of like, it's okay
Okay. Okay.
to get to 150. Screen. So I think maybe to get to 150, you can take out the 95% confidence interval. See what,
Oh, okay. That sounds good actually.
yeah, what that gives you. And I don't know if that gives you one.
I think we need to take out more, but
Yeah, see how much more.
I should choose.
There's a word count in the tool, I think.
Yeah, but that was like not always correct.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I stopped using it.
Word count.
This is like more correct.
Word counter.
Yeah,
250.
50 more words. It's 202.
They want 150. Okay. So you can take out nevertheless, that whole sentence.
Okay. I think.
That, yeah, that's a lot of sentence. So
Oh man. I
yeah.
need
So then however, take out the however one.
this one.
Yeah.
10 more.
The summary, ROC viability in variability between studies. So you can take out that the summary ROC curve, but not, but you have however here. So I think you have to say summary ROC curves show. So sensitivity and specificity of ROC curve were not affected. Should we say that?
Mm,
Or should we?
can it just be sensitivity and specificity? Like
Or not?
without us adding anything, just taking out however,
Yeah.
would that be okay?
Joint.
that.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
That should get it.
Oh, perfect. It's exactly at 150.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I was working on we were working on the poster for ASCO. I
Mhm.
know it's the deadline is somewhere in May, but then May is gonna be a busy month, so I just wanted to get it over with since we already have the manuscript.
Uh-huh.
But I was wondering, so for the figures, which because we have like a lot, so I wasn't sure which one would be appropriate. Let me just show you the figures. So I know we don't want to do table 1 because that's just a summary of all the articles included. And from table 2 are our new figures.
Yeah, looks good to me.
But I think we can only include like 2 because of space for the
Okay.
ASCO poster. So we need to select 2 maximum.
Hmm. So this is study type that was.
Yeah, so figure 2 was it's just like summary of everything.
Yeah, I think 2 is important then.
Okay.
3 can be in text, some major finding in texts.
Okay.
But can you combine?
Combine.
It's same is I think the columns are same, right?
Correct. Wait. Did I know this is 20?
Yeah, I would combine it, make 2 tables. And
2 and
then
3?
2 and 3, yeah.
Okay, I'll see if we can combine it. I think. And okay.
Yeah, I think you could do that. Yeah.
Okay. And then this is the ROC and forest. This is for the CFDNA.
Okay.
Or should we include the ROC curves?
Can you go up?
Yeah.
I think it's better to have both.
Both?
Yeah. So both,
Figure
yeah,
both figures?
yeah.
Okay, how
think about so poster's pretty big, and look at the guideline. You can use the largest one. It should fit.
Really? All of them? Okay,
You
I'll see what I can do.
will have, if you go to remember,
Uh,
there's a lot of figures for experiments, right? And you can see like
True.
8, 9 figures. Uh,
That's true.
yeah, I mean, poster can fit a lot. The font is not a problem. People will go and read like this. You know what I mean? As long as it's readable, it doesn't have to
Oh,
be a
okay.
font that they will read like a paper. They'll come to the poster. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it doesn't really matter.
So I should include both of them?
Yeah.
Not figure 1, right? Just figure 2 and 3.
Uh, what is the figure 1?
Figure 1 is
Oh, I
is
see.
of essay type upon essay.
Essay type.
Mhm.
I think we can do figure 1. Let's do it. I think
Wait,
these
wait.
yeah. I think you can fit it. I mean, it's not
All of them?
all of
Figure
them.
1, figure 2, figure 3?
Figure 2 is
Figure 2
ROC.
is
Forest plot. You need it. I mean,
yes. Figure 3
it's ROC.
is
Yeah,
RC.
people want to see both. All of it.
All of them?
Yeah, all of it.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you can do
goodness.
it.
I will try.
So yeah, you just have to play with the font. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, this is figure. This is the next figure. This is the false positive, false negative rates.
That's okay. You can just describe it in the text for those.
Okay, so figure 1, 2, 3, and I'll try to do the table 2 and 3 together, and then figure 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try my best and then show it to you and see what you think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think those were my main questions. And our team is gonna try to meet up later this week. And try to like get the nature communication edits finalized. It's a bit of reduction here and there, but the content is not really gonna change, so I don't think we need to. Well, we could show it to you again, but it's the content is not changing.
Yeah,
So,
just submit it. That's fine.
yeah. Yeah.
So if JCO gets back to you, then JCO. And what's the next journal if they don't accept?
We're editing everything for Nature Communications.
What comes next? Did we discuss?
No,
Hmm.
we have the list of journals once that I showed last time, but
Let's decide.
one sec. Um, the ones we talked about was um there was Annals of Internal Medicine, then JNCI Cancer Investigation,
Mm-hmm.
plus Medicine, American Journal of Public Health. Yeah, those were the ones that we talked about.
I think those are all good ones. So maybe
Okay.
look into I think Liam, you have the list from Minjung. I think you were CC there. Yeah, look into their impact factor and
Oh,
publication.
I have it in as a document ish.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Anals is lower than JCO, and JNCI is the next lower one, and then it's plus medicine, which is why we talked about it in that order.
Yeah, let's do it that order then.
Okay.
They're all
Um,
effects.
mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, but currently we're gonna do nature communications first, unless JCO comes back to us with like favorable, I don't know, words.
Sure. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, sounds good.
very good. Hopefully the journal article finds its home. It's hard.
Yes, please.
Yeah, but I mean, we just have to keep trying, It's not gonna
Okay,
be lost if we stop. So yeah.
sounds good.
Oh, should
Hmm?
one thing I think we can do is med RX, do you know the preprint?
Yes,
Let's submit there.
but I think we already pre-printed with Lancet.
Oh, was it preprint? It's
It
already
was
there.
something like that. They like something online published.
It's Lancet's preprint?
I'll double check, but it was one of their things.
I forgot about that.
We agreed to it. Like I didn't realize we agreed to it, but we did.
So-
When we submitted it for a review.
So is that online? Are you able to find it?
One sec.
Because preprint
Uh,
means it's printed online.
I think it's somewhere online because I've been getting all these spam emails from like non-existent journals asking us to publish.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
think
I
they're
was
close
like,
to
it's somewhere online now.
Oh my. Yeah, once you find it, can you share it in our lab meeting messenger room so that we have access to it?
Okay. Oh yeah, it is with Lancet, I think. Yeah, one sec.
Maybe
Let me
put the link in the chat room.
okay. I was like I was like, why am I getting all these random emails? I don't understand. And that's how we discovered that we have it with them.
So, people get frustrated because gets rejected many times, and
Yeah.
in the meantime, someone else takes your idea and publish it. So a
You
lot of
know,
people, including startup companies, are doing this because
yes.
time is of essence, and preprint is probably going to be the future.
Yeah. It's with Lancet. We pre-printed with Lancet.
Preprints with the Lancet. Wow,
I
nice.
think it wasn't one of the many things I agreed to when we were submitting it for review, but I guess I didn't read the fine prints. I just agreed to everything. I guess pre-print was one of them.
Interesting, very interesting.
That was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's sort of out there.
Oh, so they just upload. Okay. Interesting. So the link and everything, so you guys can, the authors can still. So why don't you, I know this, it's gonna take a while for this to be actually published in paper. So
Mhm.
why don't you just send out to the authors here that this is preprint?
Oh, okay.
Preprint journal published in the web,
Okay.
or posted in the web, so that people
Uh-huh.
are able to read and write comments, feedback. All that.
Apparently we got 128 views.
120 views. Yeah, so I mean, that's the whole idea. Like, why do we hold ourselves from sharing what we found. The science, it does not, benefit, with this system. And
True.
only the publisher makes money, you know?
Yeah.
So I think people are trying to change this ecosystem.
Mm,
Yeah, and preprint is going to take over soon. That's what I think.
mhm.
But it's like the same thing. Do you really need to get into college? Do you need the name value of your school, right? Berkeley, Hopkins, right? You need that to succeed. Do you need Lancet to back you up? JAMA,
That's true.
right?
Yeah.
Is that needed for your promotion, prestige?
Mhm.
But the science will, like the truth will tell it itself. We don't need to add something, pay a lot of money to get there.
Mhm.
So anyway, what I'm saying is share it among the authors. Yeah, and I think people need to hear the message that this is where we are with the technology. And
Mhm.
in a couple of years, this paper will soon be outdated, right? With so many new papers come out, right?
I
So,
know, and it's funny
uh-huh.
to see it out there, but we've already like updated our paper a lot since too.
Yeah.
I'm
So,
guessing that's what everyone else is doing too, right?
right. So yeah, post it in, share it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then for students, you should put this in the CV, the preprint link.
Oh, but it's only a preprint, like that.
It's okay. You
That
still put that in your CV because
interesting.
it's a final research product. So
Oh,
yeah, I don't know how this is better than the MedRx.
uh,
But
it seems the same.
Lancet, Lancet is, is reliable. So,
Yeah.
yeah, and it looks like SSRN is the format. Some SSRN powered by SSRN.
Mhm. Yeah, it was. I think they're starting this. It's like a new thing for them too.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, so let's share this.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Yes, that's it for me.
Okay, good. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Okay, good. Let's go to Haesung. Talk about your updates. I can't hear you well.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. At the median overall survival values for these, and I'm guessing it's because like more than half of them did not develop rejection.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and then as you can see, the overall rejection-free survival is like less than 1, but then it jumps up to like 4, and then it trends down with 1.764 at 10-year landmark.
So
But it's not significant. Yeah.
if you don't do landmark, if you have, wait. If you don't,
So the first one is yeah.
if you develop lung cancer in this is all double lung.
This is a double lung, yes.
Yeah, then if you develop PT lung cancer later on after transplant, then your
Mhm.
chance of getting rejection is low. Correct?
Yes.
Now, but if you do 1 year landmark, or 2-year, 3-year, it says if you have lung cancer recurrence, not recurrence, this is new lung cancer
New
development,
lung.
then your chance of having rejection is actually higher afterwards.
Mhm.
Hmm. So I think this is a difference. So at first I couldn't understand why the landmark is all hazard ratio is all greater than 1.
Yeah.
No
Mhm.
landmark is 0.5. To me, what it says is the fact that you had lung cancer after transplant at any time going forward, that
Mhm.
the risk factor is very different from looking at rejection-free survival onward, but the risk factor as just within 1 year, 2 year, 3 year,
Mhm.
post-transplant lung cancer. So I guess the fact that you were rejection free, well, I guess if you're rejection free, it's almost what it's like what comes first kind of a question. So
Yeah.
people who are going to enjoy rejection free are going to have more lung cancer. Okay, so anyway, this is really hard to understand. Because what this is saying is after transplant, if you have lung cancer that popped up within 3 years,
Mhm.
then you're likely going to have your risk of having rejection is higher, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Mhm.
Yeah, which is not, consistent with hypothesis, but it's happening. Okay, show me the next table.
This is the post-transplant lung cancer-free survival. The subgroups are graft rejection plus or minus. Overall, again, it's less than 1. But I mean, the values aren't significant. The landmarks, again, the trend, or this one is weird. It's like, yeah, 0.048, and then the 5-year mark was 4 points. I checked several times, and this was really correct. This is what I got.
I think this
And
is
I think
because
that this is because, oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
the sample
Because,
size is very small
y-
there. Yeah.
yeah. Only 12 graft rejection patients developed lung cancer. I think it's mostly because the graft rejection patients like died before even developing any cancer.
So when you say no landmark,
This is overall survival. Overall post-transplant lung cancer free survival.
I see. So how is this 12 distributed?
Oh, actually, I don't know how exactly to analyze that. Do I need to do every time point, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, etc.? It goes up until 20, I think, or 20.
So it looks like 0, 0, 0, 1, and 0.
But the gap is kind of large, it's like 3 to 5 to 10. I could do landmark for each.
So I'm so I don't now I'm starting to not understand this table. So maybe Dr. Jian can chime in and comment. But when we say landmark, so the independent variable is here
Mhm.
graph rejection. So
Correct.
it looks like with no landmark,
Mhm.
graph rejection happened in 12, regardless of time, right? There's no landmark.
Right.
And looking at 1 year landmark, first, so landmark and graph rejection, yes, is 447. Is that right?
Yes. So 447 patients developed graft rejection within 1 year.
What about 2 year landmark, 405?
So, oh, that's true. That should build up. Oh,
It-
but then this is these are patients who survived at least 2 years, and this is patients who survived at least 1 year. So maybe a lot of patients died out, between 1 and 2 years, and so that this is less than the first year.
Who have made it to there? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So the graft rejection survival in general is like very low as the year progresses, and so that's why the number decreases.
I see.
And they just don't survive long enough to develop any cancer. That's what I'm interpreting.
Okay, and among them, people who developed lung cancer was 12, let's say no landmark, 12 at any point.
Yeah.
1 year landmark is among patient, let's say one who developed rejection 447.
Mhm.
Nobody afterwards developed lung cancer. Is that
Right.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Hmm. I see. So I think the conclusion here is because of the sample size, it's hard to make any
Yeah.
conclusion from the landmark analysis, at least for this table.
Yeah. Okay.
But accounting for survivor bias, I think
Mhm.
still the landmark, no landmark, what it's saying is that when you have rejection, your risk rejection at any point of time, your risk of having lung cancer is lower. At least there
Yeah.
is
Correct.
trend for low lung cancer. Okay. The time varying Cox.
Oh yeah, I do. So this is just the baseline characteristics and the odds ratio, the univariate. The top two is the odds ratio between PTLC, graft rejection versus death. The bottom two are the time-dependent costs. I didn't find any association between PTLC and graft rejection, but there obviously was a association between these diseases and death.
So if you develop lung cancer, you're likely going to die. If you develop rejection, you're likely going to die. I mean, it's time dependent Cox. It's time to post lung, time to death. You are going to, I guess, if you develop lung cancer, you'll die sooner, right? If you develop lung cancer, it does not affect time to rejection.
Yeah, I ran it just to make sure that there was no significance. You kind of just have to just do this, right? Like you don't, because there was no difference in the univariate, there's no point in showing the multivariate. Is that correct?
It could be vice versa. You could, if you
Yeah.
think there is an obvious confounder, you can run with multivariate. It
Okay.
used
Yeah,
to
I
be
ran it, but
age, sex, just like a, basic clinical variable.
yeah, I ran it, but I didn't get a significant value. But I will enter the values here.
Okay. And then graph rejection. Seems like if you have it, you die sooner, but your time to post-transplant lung cancer doesn't seem to be affected. Hmm. Okay. Anything else?
That's it for this project. I mean, I can show you the overall survival curve, and then this is the rejection-free survival curves. And then these are the, it's really weird. These are the post-transplant lung cancer free survival.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think it's because like the people who develop graft rejection, which are the red ones, they
Uh-huh.
just, once they develop it, they just die really soon. Versus the blue ones, that don't develop rejection, they tend to live long.
Hmm.
So like the red marks, it's tiny. So these are people who develop graft rejection within 1 year, within 2 years, within 3 years, and then within 5 years, within 10 years.
I see. Uh, can you show me the prior? Yeah, this one. Can you explain this?
Yeah, this is also the same. This is overall rejection-free survival between the two groups. Red is PTN, or like the PTLC, people who develop lung cancer after transplant. Blue is people who don't develop lung cancer after transplant. This is people who develop lung cancer within the first year, within 2 years, within 3 years, within 5 years, within 10 years of transplantation.
Hmm. Hmm. I see. I see. Hmm. Uh, Show me the one before. 6, number 6.
Oh. This is the overall survival between patients who developed rejection versus patients who didn't, between patients who develop lung cancer versus who don't.
Hmm. Hmm. I think reviewing all that with the time varying Cox and all that, we could. So the question is, the hypothesis is, did lung organ rejection correlate with differential outcome in lung cancer incidence, and vice versa? Did it affect each other? The answer seems to be no. I think just based on what we find. I think you can still write it as no, because I think AACR we reported, maybe yes, and people are interested in the question, and maybe you can write the title, as this and that are. I don't know if you can write it as a question, but you can just write it as, you don't have to write the title as no association, you know what I mean? You can relationship between the lung cancer incidence, post lung transplant, and rejection. And the overall survival graph here, number 6, can be your main outcome. Having lung cancer recur, how does that affect the overall outcome of lung transplant? And this hazard ratio you see on the right side of the graph, maybe
Mm.
epidemiologic finding that no one ever reported. You might be the first one to report the right side graph. How does
Mm.
post lung transplant lung cancer affect outcome of transplant, or those patient. So that could be your sort of main epidemiologic report. And then you can, as second question, you can, what, and then how does the rejection, and you can talk about the hypothesis that, it's the same T cell that may affect both phenomena. But in real world data, does that, can we actually see that? And we did this kind of all these analysis, and we conclude that maybe, at least at this level of data analysis, we don't think there is an association between two.
Restricted by a small sample size too. There were only 175 patients who developed PTLD among the double lung transplant recipients.
Yeah. So, what is the incidence? What is the survival outcome of just the lung cancer, and then just the, and I'm not sure if this deserves a separate paper, but it could be an abstract that can be reported and people can look up. And you can still present that as an abstract. But this is still just the part of a big story of the PTM rejection, all cancer. So the verdict is, we've done all these analysis, and there's no convincing story here to tell in terms of validating our hypothesis. But in terms of reporting the overall outcome, incidence and survival, and it doesn't seem to have a correlation with rejection, that story you can still report. Dr. Jian, do you have anything to add?
No, not really. I think that's enough for abstract.
Yeah. So
Still, it's an interesting subject.
yeah, I think so too. So yeah, next 2 days, just try to write that up. Yeah, but this is science. We might, we have hypothesis, and we do an analysis this way, that way, and we try to convince ourselves. And sometimes there's other confounders, right? Having, the world doesn't operate this, like a simple. There's so many variables come to play. Yeah. But still showing that the graph where, yeah, I don't know for the, I mean, you don't need to show any graph in the abstract. So, but I guess the landmark, I think just because of the sample size, I don't think we need to show any landmark. You could still describe the raw analysis, and just, but when we did the time varying Cox regression, there was no statistical significant, and hazard ratio was close to 1, so that,
Also,
what I'm saying is, you can say, you don't have to, in the abstract, you don't have to write out the detail of landmark analysis. You said you did landmark analysis and did not find any significant difference. That's it. But just describe, but still describe the overall, just the left graph for each And spend more time describing just the incidents and the survival outcome of when you have lung cancer. Yeah.
I have these like, baseline characteristics and how this compares to rejection and cancer. Do you think I should include these tables or should I just describe them in words? And also like time to graph rejection, cost regression.
I think our point is time to post-transplant lung cancer.
Mhm.
So you can describe that one. Rejection, this, it's a cancer conference. It's not a transplant conference. So we're not going to focus on graft survival rejection. But that will only be mentioned when we look, we looked at the, relationship between the two. And when we did these analysis, this is what we saw. So your main description is post-transplant lung cancer incident, risk factor, how it affects survival, and was there any correlation with rejection? That's it. That's how you describe it.
Okay, that's very clear. Okay, yeah, I can do that. So just all words basically, right? No tables and graphs.
Right, all words.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
World long concepts. Yeah, but there's no, I mean, I don't think any graph will be needed.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so good job. That I know that we know. So my point is keep asking questions and do analysis to see if your hypothesis is right or wrong. And sometimes the answer is no. What's good about clinical medicine is still a data. It's still data. So we report that there was no correlation. So if you do basic science and have the hypothesis, if you don't prove your hypothesis, you cannot report it. You know what I mean?
It's different.
Different. If you work with cell mouse model, if your hypothesis is wrong, I mean, by doing that, you can say, oh, it wasn't this protein, it was this pathway that was important. Then you report, you know what I mean? But if you were not able to prove anything, you cannot publish any paper because it's a manipulated environment that you created. You know what I mean? To prove your hypothesis. That's why you work in a lab for 2 years, you get 0 paper. If your hypothesis was not right. There's no one who can know whether it's going to be right or wrong. So that's why every science is risk test taking. You invest your time because you're interested in knowing the truth. At least you now found out that wasn't true, and you build up new hypothesis based on that failed experiment. But the clinical medicine, whatever you find, you can still report. Anyway, I that's why I have tremendous respect for basic scientists. It requires a lot of patience. Yeah. So one paper is usually coming out from 2 to 3 years. Okay, you guys write paper and abstract like crazy here, so that's really nothing compared to the lab scientists. Okay, anyway, let's move on.
Yeah, I made the title for the ChatGPT project. I wrote concordance between NCCN guidelines and ChatGPT board-derived treatment recommendations for non-small cell lung cancer. And then for methods, I created a prompts template like we discussed yesterday. You suggested, asking like, what's your best recommendation, blah, blah, blah. And I tried that with many questions, and I think that was a bit restrictive just because the NCCN guidelines give you all the treatment, the first line treatment options, like, up to like 5, 6, 7. And if you just ask best recommendation, it only gives like, maybe up to 2 or 3 So I wanted to like dig out, I really wanted to like test the knowledge base that the ChatGPT can provide. So I thought, I just decided to ask, what are the recommended first-line treatment options for advanced or metastatic NSCLC patients with a good performance status and the following descriptors. Yeah, so I showed you those 93 questions. I narrowed it down to 12 questions, and it's very simple. It's just, if the patient has this mutation, what's the first line treatment? And these are the NCCN guideline answers. And so about like 8 of these are targeted therapy biomarkers, and then the last 4 are the immunotherapy related stuff. It's greater than or equal to 50 in adeno, and then squamous, and then 1 to 49 in adeno and squamous. I did not include the exon 20, the EGFR exon 20, KRAS, ERBB2, HER2 mutations, because these aren't first line therapies. Usually it seems like for first line, they attempt like chemo and other systemic therapies. If that doesn't work, then subsequently you can try something else. But I think you said yesterday, we shouldn't do anything subsequent. We should only focus on first line.
I think they should be included. So if
Oh, okay.
you should so second line targeted therapy. So you should format a question that says after progression on the front line. So it's as it was formulated in the NCCN guideline, after progressing on the first line platinum-based chemotherapy, with this discovered targets, what are your recommendations? And my suggestion, it's good that you did available options. What are the options? You made it plural. But maybe have a separate question for what is your one best, treatment recommendation. And if MCCN has the, in their parenthesis, they put preferred. Yeah. So if that really coincide with their, NCCN might not have the preferred for certain ones. Then
that's true.
It's okay, but checking that concordance, if NCCN preferred drug and ChatGPT preferred drug are the same or not. So I think that's also a very good question.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
For the options, like the plural version, I scored. Oh, I should show you the scoring matrix. I just got the idea from the PD-L1 expression. If it's all the same, then I gave 3. If it's more than 50 or equal to 50, I gave 2. If it's greater than 1, then it's 1, and then 0 is 0.
Okay.
Do you think that's simple enough or not?
Pretty simple enough.
Okay.
But so this scoring system is all the options, right? And
yeah,
I think for the best treatment option, you could do 1 or 0 if that's,
Yeah.
And preferred could be 2 drugs, but if ChatGPT might pick just 1, and if it's in the preferred list, then it's fine. So maybe save that best treatment option for only the ones that have preferred box. And then have separate scoring for that as well. Yeah.
Okay.
I
will do that. For the plural ones, I scored these. And then if you see in the last part, overall it was 75% accuracy.
Show me how you scored.
Sure. So the NCCN guidelines for the EGFR exon 19 deletion or exon 21, 858 mutation, they gave 7 first-line treatment options. GPT gave 4 treatment options that were concordant, and so it was 4 out of 7, 57, which is greater than 50, and so I gave 2. That's how it worked. And then this is 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5. Like that. This one is 2 out of 3. The lorlatinib is used in subsequent therapy. And so I picked this one out.
So this is ROS1 and loratinib is
Yeah.
not used as a first line.
Yeah, on the NCCN guideline, it said lorlatinib as a subsequent therapy.
It's a third generation. But you asked the first line treatment option. It's
Right.
interesting. So, well, I guess we are asking the first line. I know some investigators are using loratinib first line. So I think, NCCN is for you guys is not always the best practice. It's consensus, but let's say ROS1, the world expert, maybe always use loratinib as a first line. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So it's not a matter of who's right or wrong, who believes in what kind of data and who has the access to the most recent data. But anyway, the title is Concordance of NCCN, and we said it, so we're just evaluating that. But I don't want you to get a false notion that ChatGPT is wrong on this. Like, it might actually be
Oh,
right.
I see.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
Uh,
Okay. Yeah,
and-
I wouldn't
yeah,
know.
dabrafenib, trametinib, vemurafenib. So you're just saying 2 out of 3. This one I would say the fact that ChatGPT did not list dabrafenib alone
Mhm.
is really not important at all. You know what I mean? No one uses dabrafenib alone
Oh,
in clinical practice. So to me, this is almost 100%. See, this is why it gets tricky.
But then we are comparing the guidelines,
Yeah.
what's shown on the NCCN guidelines, what's printed out and things like that.
Yeah,
Because if we start, giving these like leeways, or I'm not sure if
yeah,
that's the right word, but then it gets very tricky. So I just wanted to make it as clear and straightforward as possible.
yeah. It's just counting the options, and if you have all the options,
Yeah, just very simple. Yeah.
very simple.
Yeah.
Okay, go down. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be
And then-
tricky. This is Pembro, Tizo. So semiplumab is not there because it's
Right.
newer information that came out after 2021.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is 1 to 49, Carbo, Pembro. Oh, so here they say targeted therapy if tumor has some mutation. So in the question, you did not say they do not have.
Mm.
So
Should I write no actionable mutations?
yeah, you have to write that in the PDL ones.
Okay.
But anyway, you gave it 1, so it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'll fix the question. Yeah. Descriptive.
And just add the second line HER2 and all that. And
Yeah.
there's NTRK too, right? NTRK. Do you have that?
I have it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You have NTRK. Yeah.
Yeah. This was 100%. They got both of it.
Yeah.
And they hasn't GP.
Yeah, I think this is simple enough. So how many questions is it?
Yeah, so initially 93, now it's 12, and then I'll add these three, so it'll be 15, and then the preferred ones, I'm guessing there's about like 5, because the preferred ones, they don't always make it clear. Yeah, so these ones, first line, preferred, so yeah. I'll just make new questions for these ones.
Can you look at the second line for ROS1? Subsequent therapy? Yeah. See how it's complicated? You have asymptomatic brain mets, how
Yeah.
multiple lesions, and this is all clinical decision making, very difficult. So I think we have really straightforward answers.
Yeah.
And get the concordance for the all available option and then the preferred option, and it will be a different concordance.
Mm.
And your scoring can be, so then you get the right, you get the average. And how are you going to report out the concordance? The sign.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess for each one first, so like for all options, the percentage and the score, and then preferred, the percentage and the score, and then the targeted second line percentage score, and then I guess overall score.
So how did you
It'll
calculate
be about
75?
so it was 12 questions. The max is 3 for you can get a max score of 3 for each question, and so it's out of 36. So 27 over 36 is 75%.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, so 75% for this of all available, and then the best treatment option you calculate the same way. So just report
Yeah.
two different concordances. I think
What
that's
about
pretty straightforward.
yeah.
What is your
Okay.
question?
The second line targeted therapies, that also goes under the all questions, right?
Yeah, all options. Right. Because
Okay.
that's straightforward too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We don't want, continued treatment if there's a lot of clinical decision making, don't use that.
Okay.
And then the limitation clearly is that ChatGPT is not real-time updating, medical literature. So that's really dangerous to, NCCN is real-time updating. Do you know that? If
Mhm.
let's say NEJM paper comes out, the next day, all our NCCN members, including Northwestern, we gather through
Mhm.
our web meeting and we vote. Should this be in NCCN? Based on this
Oh.
data. We do that even before FDA approves the drug, so that the payer can still go and reimburse the drug. I haven't seen any other country doing this. So I take great pride in working in the US. This is because doctors are so proactive. So real-time updating literature is so important. But anyway, I think the ChatGPT will do that in the future. But right now, we're just saying there's a danger of ChatGPT. So that's number one. Number two is it's inherent. It's not perfect. It's algorithm. So. But at least we can say for lung cancer, standard of care treatment options for targeted therapy and immunotherapy, right? We're only doing that, right? Targeted therapy and immunotherapy, targeted therapy or immuno/chemotherapy, based on. So go to the title again. So this is
Yeah.
the epitome of personalized medicine. So So maybe, I don't know if it's too long, but. Targeted therapy for derived biomarker based something like biomarker based treatment recommendation. Yeah,
Before derived biomarker based.
because that's why our question is all based on biomarker, right? So
Mm.
biomarker based on recommendation. Yeah, I think this is good enough, and put GPT
First.
first and then NCCN. Yeah.
Mm.
And ChatGPT is called generative AI, right? Concordance between what is we need more generic name, because ChatGPT is a commercial name.
Generative AI.
Yeah. It's generative AI under that category. ChatGPT is
So do you mean like concordance between generative AI derived biomarker?
yeah, generative artificial intelligence. And you put ChatGPT in the parentheses.
Or just ChatGPT?
Or. Because that's what you use, right? When you went in
Yeah.
there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think this makes it more
Mm.
generalizable.
Mhm.
And yeah, I like the ChatGPT disclaimer. I love it.
Yeah. It
Love it.
includes that in every single answer.
Yeah. So
I
introduction.
asked several questions about surgery, but the ChatGPT avoided to make a conclusion. It's just trying to, you can choose breast conserving, or you can use mastectomy.
Okay.
Like a menu.
Yeah. Okay, I think this is good enough. I think it's now you have the format and you can just write it. Yeah.
Awesome.
Very
Yeah, this was fun. I mean, it got very simple. I interpret it in a very difficult way, but yeah, glad it
Yeah.
got simple. I guess just to clarify, so scores for all options, scores for the preferred options, and then do I give an overall score as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Could we maybe go over the title for this project, the graft failure versus
Yeah.
PTLC? Well, PTLC as the the main.
Right.
Mm.
Do you have candidate, or we can
No, I'm sorry, no, I did not think of one yet.
so use what Dr. Jian used. And so it's the landscape, because we're going to talk about incidence and survival, risk factor,
Yeah.
and then its relation with, and then, and its relationship with the rejection.
Mhm.
So put that all in a one title. Use what Dr. Jian used before in her abstract. And
Okay, and then I'll show it to you.
yeah, and just show it to me. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's all for now. Thank you so much.
Thank
I'm
you.
glad I'm seeing the end.
I know Eugene is here. Eugene, you can give us update, but let's take like 5-10 minute break. And then Eugene can go. Okay, I am back. I answer some pages. Some patients admitted in the hospitals. Okay,
I'm
you,
so sorry. I have a really quick question.
uh-huh,
So for the poster, what is the minimum font size that you usually use?
font size.
Because the posters that we submitted until now, our font size was about 24. I was wondering if I could reduce it down to 20. Would that you
Oh, yeah,
think
yeah,
like
20, even smaller.
20? Oh,
Okay,
oh, I can go smaller?
yeah, you can go smaller.
Oh,
The thing is that, just regular paper font,
mhm.
it's still okay because people get closer and they read. So as long
Okay.
as it's readable, it's fine.
Okay. Okay. Sounds
Yeah,
good. Thank
no problem. Okay, Eugene.
Sure. Yeah, I was a bit late today. I'll share my screen to give you an update. I guess you can see my screen, right?
No, it's black.
Um,
Oh, now I can see it. Yeah.
yeah. So I'll just give you some updates from the double lung transplantation case report. We received a major revision. I'm wondering if you are okay with staying here for a major revision or not, because they basically ask us to change the format of the paper into a review rather than case report. And this is only the important part of their revision asking. And here, they want us to make it into review article, including a short case report containing curious story. And they also mentioned the benefit of 1-year survivor after transplant also should not be overstated and must be placed in the context of morbidity of organ transplantation in general. And they thankfully they kind of pick up some important topics they're interested in, such as mucinous adenocarcinoma, its biology and evolution of this cancer, its cell type of origin, and known molecular abnormalities. And I additionally found that so they allow us to write up to 4,000 words for the review article, and so we have to add more things to, according to this major revision request. So I'm wondering whether it is something we have to work on further, or do you still want this as a case report?
So how many words is it now?
Is it now, because it was case report, it's very short. I think, sorry, I haven't checked that, but I guess it's definitely less than 1,500 maybe.
1,500? Okay. Let's go to the comment one more time.
Sure.
A little confused. They want a review paper? Yeah,
Here they say as a case report, we cannot. Let me just so yeah.
reformatting this case into a more comprehensive review article on the subject of mucinous adenocarcinoma of the lung. Short case report containing your patient's story, and then benefit should not be overstated, must be placed in context of morbidity of organ transplant in general. So now I want to ask Dr. Jian. So, you've done a review paper on double lung transplant and then looked at different, histologies and their previous outcome and all that. And I think what they're asking is just tell us a little bit more about the context, where this, why this case is meaningful and all that. I think they need to understand more. And they actually asked us what's special about mucinous. So I don't think it's a review paper. We're not going to do a systemic review. It's going to be a more of storytelling. Hey, this is the general, published. This is what we've seen so far. This is the general outcome. And I think the important discovery is this is the first invasive adenocarcinoma, unlike in situ and lipidic. And what are the literature out there, and maybe create one small table of the literature describing the survival. I know it overlaps with a lot of review we've already done, but I would consider this as not a review paper, but a mini review and case report, and just describing what do we know about double lung transplant for lung cancer so far. It's like a little bit more detailed summary, and maybe just adding one table that describes the previous reports. And our case report will still, remain. And I know we might have cut some more. So I think the case report will still remain as intact. And he's doing well up till now. So it's not only 1 year, it's more than 1.5 years. So update all the relevant information, the relevant ctDNA information. But I think what I'm thinking is if you can work with Dr. Jian, because she already wrote a lot and did all the analysis. So it's a lot of it's just rephrasing it. Just rephrasing it, make it close to their word count. And I just need one more table describing the prior literature. And they said mucinous. So maybe a paragraph or two about, he's had mucinous, and the why mucinous is not good prognosis, just, literature review about the challenging aspect of mucinous, and the history of lung transplant, where we are, and why is this case so unique and so valuable. If we write that and then just call it a mini review and case report, not systematic review, because I think that's what Dr. Jian did. That is fine. So so the number one, I think you have to reach out to the editor saying, we're happy to follow your suggestion and write it into a review and a case report. Would it be suffice to say that we maintain the same title and just say mini report and a case report, colon and mini report and case report, and we'll be able to describe about the general, pros and cons of organ transplant, mucinous biology, and also future direction analysis of the current literature, future directions, and where our case stands in the history of lung transplant for lung cancer. So anything he recommends, we'll try our best to incorporate. But if we can work with Dr. Jian and rephrase a lot of things that she's already done, I think we can still make this happen. What do you think, Dr. Jian?
Yeah, I think I can help her.
Any question, Eugene?
Not much right now. I'll closely work with Dr. Jian as well, and I'll definitely reach out to the editor to clarify their goals and expectations other than this. And yeah. So, yeah,
So it
I
doesn't
also
have to be 4,000. You can write 2,000. You can write 3,000. It doesn't have to. That's the word limit.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, so it's word limit. Okay. Yeah, I'll ask that to editor.
So
If-
make sure we're not gonna do systemic,
Mm,
review. We're going to do a mini review or narrative review, whatever you want to call it.
mhm.
But
Yeah,
it
this
doesn't
book,
mean we're not gonna. It doesn't mean we're not going to include all the data. I think there aren't that many paper, so we could still include them, but we're not going to, through this criteria, what the method, what the, the review.
right,
We're
or
not
anything.
writing that. We're going to write a review in terms of telling them the whole history.
Right, right.
Because I don't think they're asking us to do systemic, review or meta-analysis here.
Yeah, we'll check. I was actually unclear about that, whether they are asking that or not, but yeah, we'll reach out to them and clarify that point. I don't think they will kind of require us to do, that strict review as well. So yeah, but I'll double check.
Okay. So yeah, follow them, pursue them on, weekly basis, make sure we move forward. I mean, Oncologist is still a good journal, so and it's read by a lot of people, so I think it's still meaningful.
Yeah, and just quick question. So before we mainly focus on the utility of MRD in this case, and they didn't mention much about that aspect, but I think we can still keep that part, right? I remember you also want me to update the MRD status of this patient as well. So the value of that, and we also discussed a lot on current status of how we could use that MRD in this case, and what is limitation, and something like that. So that's not actually about the mucinous itself. That's not related to the cancer type, but I think still we can keep that part as an important aspect of this paper, right?
Yeah, unless it didn't say take that out, it's part of the
Oh.
biology. So
It-
yeah.
Right. It's even in the title. So minimal residual disease essays.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. Yeah, understood. And yeah, and for narrative review, because Dr. Sokju is so busy these days, so he asked me to proceed with submission, and I was doing it, but I was kind of, I got lost from this page. Like, they asked me to select senior editors among the list they provided, and I have no idea like which criteria, or can I pick like random people from this list?
The way you do it is you read their bio and see
Okay.
who has the right expertise to best review this article. I don't know
Okay.
all of them. I probably
Right,
know
right. I guess so. Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
20% of them. But I'll leave it up to you to select whoever understands the field well.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
show me the list from
Um,
top to bottom.
from top to bottom. Sure. I hope it will be expanded, but I think it's a limitation. So starting from James P. Ellison,
So you select up to 2.
yeah,
have Up to 2 are allowed. Does that mean? Okay. I'll select James Allison and
Sure.
go down. Go down slowly, let me see.
Yeah.
And remind me, what's the title of this paper? Effect of
Um.
blood transfusion on cancer survival.
Right. Here. Yeah.
I'll go down.
Okay. From.
Go down.
Mm.
A lot of them are just lab scientists, so go down.
Oh, really?
Okay, maybe Patni Sharma. She's a GU medical oncologist,
Okay.
and her husband is James Allison, who received
Oh.
the prize.
I see.
They're
Yeah.
both interesting faculty. Go down.
Mm.
Let me see if there's any MDs here. Because James Allison's PhD. Hard to find any MDs here.
I think this is the end.
Okay. Okay. We can leave it like this. It's okay.
Sure. Then I'll proceed it with the rest of the process, and I think. Thank you for your input. Yeah.
So you
So
can
this is. Yeah, I think I can submit it now. I have to add some reviewers that you recommend us. I didn't do that. I haven't done that yet. But I know the list. I received it from Dr. Seokju, so I will add that, and yeah. I think I can move it forward later. And so for the early differentiated thyroid carcinoma paper, it's ready for submission, but I realized we have to receive new consent form. European Thyroid Journal, they require us to upload their format. So I reached out to, I know Vivian there, she has 2 daughters. One is probably adult because she entered the university. So Liam, I asked Liam to check her like contact info. So I might reach out to her to get this form. So do you think that's something doable?
So why do you need new consent form?
Because we changed it. The previous version is not right format that yeah, indeed we did receive consent form from Vivian when she's alive, and it was for JCO and JCO and European Thyroid Journal. They have their own format, so I'm not sure whether I could just copy her signature. And I don't think I even have. Yeah, I have the previous version, but can I just use her signature from the previous version?
No.
Yeah.
I would write a separate letter explaining what happened, and she's no longer with us. She passed away. And this is the only consent form that we have from the patient. And we request that this prior consent form be used for the paper, and see what they say. If they must have a policy.
Yeah, right.
Not imagine that they say no.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I didn't think about that option, but we'll definitely go with that. And
So
I don't think,
the
yeah.
consent form, is it ready to be submitted?
Yes, it's ready to be submitted.
Where's the
Arnie,
journal?
European Thyroid Journal, we discussed it.
Who's the
Maybe
first
more.
author?
I'm the first author.
Okay. This has been sitting with us for more than a year, right?
Yeah, about a year. So
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. And for HPD, me and Arnie and Dr. Jian worked on it, and I think it's all done. So including citations. So Arnie was supposed to be here to present this, but she was on her business trip, so she asked me to present it on behalf of her and on behalf of our team. So can I share the link, the link for the final draft in the chat box?
Barney's here.
Okay. I didn't know that. Yeah.
I
So
just joined. I just joined, Dr. Che. I'm still on the car. Just it's okay to Eugene just to proceed. I'm still in the car. Thank you
Mhm.
so much.
No, not at all. So I'll share the link, but I think my computer got very slow. So Dr. Jiang, could you share could just share the link of that document? I'm sure that is shared with you as well. So in the chat box, or I can do it via my cell phone too.
I'll try.
Thank you.
I shared.
Thank you. I'm trying to unshare my screen and so that Dr. Shea can share his screen. Yeah, I'll just enter. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll share screen.
Okay.
You see it? You see the screen shared?
It
I think Eugene has to unshare her screen.
I'm
I
still seeing
actually
Eugene.
turned off my computer, so it will be unshared soon, hopefully.
Oh. Okay, because we're still seeing your screen.
Right.
Hmm.
Can someone kind of let me out of this meeting if I'm still here, if my like laptop account is still here? I think.
When you click view options, you can just click on Dr. Che
Yeah,
I
screen
it's
so that
working now.
I can see
It's
two
shared. It's
screens
shared.
and
It's
It's
shared now.
working now.
It's shared.
You all can see now?
Yes, we're seeing
Yeah,
your
yeah,
screen,
yeah.
Dr. Che.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see that.
Redefining clinical hyperprogression, the incidence, clinical implication, and the risk factor of hyperprogression in non-small cell lung cancer treated with immunotherapy. So tell me which part you changed.
I think we've never shown this to you as a full version. This is pretty much first abstract, but first draft, final draft.
Okay. including new target lesions, the prognosis remained poor. I don't. Yeah, I think the point is the new group of people who were added to the group of HPD from the new definition, their overall prognosis were very similar to the ones defined by the classical definition. All right, hold on.
Yes, understood. I guess we said that in elsewhere in our manuscript, definitely, but we'll make it be reflected in the abstract as well.
Dr. Che, do you like the term of classical definitions, previous definitions, or original definitions? To refer to the previous definition. So, what kind of term that you want to use better?
Sorry, it was Cynthia was here. So what were you saying?
I'm saying for the term of the previous definition, which actually you prefer classical definition, previous definition, or original definition to referring to the previous definition that we had in our paper.
I don't understand what you said.
Before you said classical definitions, but we use previous definitions in our paper to comparing the new the modified definitions to the one that already had until now. So is there any specific term that you want us to use in our paper, like original definitions, previous definition, or classical definitions?
Yeah, I guess Arnie is wondering about the terms that we were gonna use to indicate. So in our paper, we're gonna mention two different kind of types of definition. The original one, only using target lesions suggested by recommended by RECIST, and the other one that we also considered new target lesions. So would there be any specific terms that you want us to use to kind of indicate them? So we use like the previous definition and the modified definition. Would you rather use like classic definition and modified one, or is it okay?
Yeah, I don't think the terminology is important. So once you use HPD CSF, those are the existing definitions. So
right, existing definition, yeah.
you can use
Okay.
I don't know, but whatever you use, just use it consistently. Here you used previous definitions. You already used the term previous,
Right.
and you used
Yes.
define targets to define hyperpropagation. You're right. I don't think you said new. And you don't have an acronym for that.
Right.
Are you going to use acronym or no?
I'm sorry, I don't think we used acronym for the new definition. We just try to explain it. Yeah. All
Yeah,
the sentences.
that's fine.
Okay.
I just don't like remains poor. I mean, the prognosis is always going to be poor, so it's so general. So you got my point. The people who got into HPD via the new definition, they're doing as worse, similar to the people who were in this group before by the previous definition. So that's the whole point. So you have to get that message across.
Okay, we will rewrite that sentence, Dr. Chair.
Yeah, make that happen.
We'll rewrite that.
Risk of progression or death increase by So why did you write this?
Like, let me, I guess. So before, the hazard ratio is for progression, right? And I just want to mention the risk for, I think I just put this sentence as a kind of summarizing sentence for over prognosis of HPD patient. So if you compare the hazard ratio, I think we can delete this.
It's redundant. It's not scientific at all. You're saying risk of progression or death.
Right. It's not true. It's not around 2/4. I think I missed this. Maybe I put the sentence before explaining it with detailed numbers, so I'll just delete it.
So whoever is listed in the author, you should not let this happen. Okay. If you see an error, make sure you guys discuss it as a team.
Sure. Yeah. We did discussion part session, but I think we missed this part. So sorry about that.
Some of the tumor lesions, histologic type, treatment lines, I would say were correlated with the risk. So I think this is important. I don't know if there's a word limit. How does it impact? Is it larger tumor means more HPD? Is a squamous adeno, are they different in the risk of HPD? Treatment lines, chemoimmunotherapy versus immunotherapy alone, they were different. These are the key findings that people want to know about. I think you could see in the methods and background, you're using the same thing, like incident risk factors, and the method you're looking into risk factors, incidents, So I think some of the things can be cut down to allow for more meaningful results be in the abstract.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Chair.
So for all of you, people read abstract and decide whether they want to read more or not. The reviewers do that, okay? So you have to write a faultless, pristine, clean abstract that is very to the point. So the purpose of the study. And the conclusion, are they the same? So I guess if you have to single out one new finding for the readership, what is it? Is it the first sentence of the conclusion that they are different by definition?
I
Um, I think the conclusion is just the one that we want to show is that I think the one that we can show is that the incidence of the HPD is increased by the new target lesions if we add on, and also showing the survival outcomes that we have find have a significant meaning. So I think that's why we put it in the first sentence, Dr. J.
yeah, in the matter of the order of presentation, we just stated as a chronological order. But I think definitely if we can select the more important finding among the many findings, I think we definitely want to put the fact that here, as I written, like predictability for a worse prognosis for patient with HPD was not different between modified version and then the previous version of definition. So it's still worthy to keep exploring how we're gonna define HPD patients, trying to find more accurate and unified definition of HPD.
So I think my concern is that, of course, every different definition is going to show different incidents and different outcome.
Right.
It's not appealing enough. Everyone made different definitions, so everything will come out differently. So what's new about this paper? You know what I mean? Where is the value?
Right.
You showed in the result that it's different. Okay, it's different. So that's not the highlight of this paper. Of course, you have to describe it, but in the conclusion, I'm not sure if this is the highlight. So, and then also the third sentence, the moreover. I'm not sure what risk factor and prognostic factors are. I don't know how they're different or defined. I don't know if you made that definition in the methods. Survival outcome differed depending on. So of course, previous and modified definitions going to be different. So again, these are very vague statements that does not have any core or. So my point is, refrain from writing sentences like this. You have to say, what's the punchline and what do we need to. So again, if you want to say, chemoimmunotherapy was able to negate the risk of hyperprogression found in immunotherapy alone. So what is the main message here? Different definitions will get to different outcome, period. And what is so unique about that, right? So you have to say either number or a finding that is unique and you want to promote. Here I do not see that. So think hard. If I were you, I would emphasize the fact that the new group of people included by the new definition, their prognosis was as bad as the group that was defined by the previous definition, I would highlight that and advocate for the use of new definition. And then if we use a new definition, the true incidence of the hyperprogressors may be much more than the ones that were defined by the previous definitions, because we're so bound by the RECIST definition that these patients were neglected, were not viewed as hyperprogressors before. But therefore, we are proposing a new definition, which is, a novel and a new well, not so new. I think we had a similar paper before, but at least that could be our point. So, I think that's kind of the future direction for the conclusion, and then you can say something interesting about the risk factor. Again, don't use words like risk factor or prognostic factors. And then the result describes everything. But conclusion is what is your main point? Not that they were all different. It's what were the key findings that you want to stress? Were there risk factor worthy of mentioning, or it was different but not statistically significant and was not, if we looked at all the risk, we weren't able to find any convincing clinical risk factors for hyperprogression. If that's your answer, say that you weren't able to find one. If you find one that was convincing, that use of chemotherapy was the one that was able to negate the effect, then use that one. Okay, so whatever the data is, you have to have a take-home message. If one or two things, so that has to be emphasized in the conclusion. Do you understand?
Right.
Yes, Dr. J. Yes.
Okay, so think about that. Move on. So this is the first time I'm reviewing the introduction.
Yes.
Okay. So so Taro creating it this way, it's usually 1, 2, 3 in the one bracket. Not sure how this happens. Same thing here. It's more in one bracket. I don't know if Zotero is making this happen. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's from Zotero, but definitely there will be some way to improve this. So
So real world data.
yeah, I just put that word as I saw it in other similar paper. So it's not like,
So incident rate of HPD. This is not a meta-analysis paper.
yes, but we didn't do meta definitely.
You put the graphs and table in another file. None of it.
Yes, it's different file. It's different file. It's in different file usually.
So
Yes.
put that in the same for the review purpose, not just for you guys. Put that in the same file so that I can review it all together.
Okay, Dr. J.
Sure.
So this is. So is it true that among this time period, the people who got immunotherapy, like this criteria was 121? It's gotta be way more. It's a big hospital. So was there you know how as we do systemic review, how we select patients and take out like a flow chart?
Right.
Yeah. We
You
make
have to
it
describe how
before.
you got to 121, like what was the exclusion criteria?
Sure.
Okay.
So you don't have to say mesothelioma was excluded because we're saying non-small cell anyway, We don't have to say, well, we found some error and we excluded them. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So we don't have to say small cell, you're defining this group as non-small cell. But you could
Mhm.
say, you found these patients and some patients, they're, expired. I don't know what there might be a criteria that it's very simple, this stage. So why is it stage one patient receiving immunotherapy? No one should. So why is stage one here? You know what I mean? These things.
Right.
What is the exact eligibility? And what was the exclusion criteria? And how many patients were excluded for valid exclusion criteria? Look into this, okay?
Sure.
So this is very, so when you say real world data,
Yeah.
it's
Um.
vague. What is real world data? So we investigated the factor, you could say in our institution or, from our hospital or whatever, from our clinic, because it is our clinic and we're not doing multi-institution here. When you
Mhm.
say, we usually say real world, it's usually collection of multi-institution data.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. I just thought because we looked at patients retrospectively, not designing some trials beforehand. So I just use this word, but yeah, definitely will change it.
You don't have to write this out. You could say ECOG.
Okay.
Did you write the result from this method in the result section?
Yeah, yeah, it's mentioned in the result part. But we only looked at HPDC patients of to distinguish like pseudo progression. So
It's okay.
should we, yeah.
So when you say modified, is that our new definition?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Okay. So when you say incidence,
Mm-hmm.
it's percentage.
Oh, I see.
For instance, were not HPDC n equals 4.
Sure. Can I substitute incidence into the number of patients with HPD then? Or
So when
would it
you
be
say
better?
incidence, there's
Uh-huh.
equation. So if I were you, I would say this number out of this number of patients developed hyperprogression according to Champiat definition, right? And then according to different definition, this out of this out of that. And then you can put in the parentheses, put the actual incidence. So it's the, I'm just saying this is grammatically wrong to say it like this. There's a different way to say it. So same thing here, you're using this form. Instance is not HPDC. What's in the parentheses is just for your reference.
Understood.
And if you write it like this, it's So same thing with this sentence. So I know what you're trying to describe, but the grammar and the way you express the finding is just not right.
Okay, well,
You know, some were consistent, some were not. You know, there's another way to say it. You know, people who were defined as hyperprogressors by all the criteria definitions were 11. However, one, so it's a Venn diagram. So it's there you can find a different way to express that fact. Okay.
sure.
Maybe just work with, Liam or some native speakers to better phrase it.
Okay.
So I would refrain from using this type of sentence. You can say, these change are in supplemental. So whatever is sticking out, the theme, describe that. And then you can put supplemental figure 1 and 2 in parentheses. The changes are summarized, but what changes are you what's your point? There are changes, period. Look at the figure. So the role of the text is to point out these changes. I see, changes that are going up, down, they're mixed, or they are different according to what, more changes seen in mixed, modified versus not. So what is your point? Don't just say go and you can look at the changes, okay? You have to say out your point and then just put in the parentheses, this is the reference you can look at for yourselves. Do you understand? So any sentence that has this format summarized in here should be avoided, okay?
Sure.
What is the sentence? Adenocarcinoma for modified Champia. Adeno and squamous were associated with lower
Oh,
risk.
yes.
N was adeno then. I don't understand what you're trying to say here.
Um, I don't think this is this was changed. Oh, this looks weird to me as well. But what I try to mean by this is, so there's NOS. Not sure. Oh, so this is actually one histologic type that is compared to both of group. So in our data, histology type was classified into 5 different types: adeno, squamous, and 2 other ones. And the last group was not otherwise specified histologic type. And when we did post hoc analysis, it shows these 2 groups, adeno and squamous, their hazard ratio is lower
Can
statistically.
you show me the graph or table?
Yes, but I think I have to share my screen again, and because this is not in the, I just described the results only here as like this, not showing the whole result in either table or figure. So, but I do have raw file as an art page. So
But
could you just
so,
give me a
so it's
second?
not in supplemental table 2?
Yes, yes.
It's not there.
It's not there. It's not there. I can make it, but internally we've decided just to describe post hoc analysis result here, only here at that moment. So, but I'll quickly bring the result and then let you know when I do that.
I would say, so my guess is majority would be adeno and squamous, majority.
Right.
And then you have large cell and not otherwise specified. So usually it's I think adeno is majority. So when you say you are comparing, this is for everyone, not just for Eugene or Arnie. When you compare, your reference group is usually the one with the largest number of patients. It's very
see.
odd to say the largest group, pick the largest 2 group, and you have the lowest reference number,
Mm-hmm.
and say, and then compare those.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
smallest number shall not be your reference.
Oh, makes sense. So yeah. So not for the original definition, previous definition, I described in that way. But for the modified one, there were 2 groups, even though not that significant, but that's why I kind of changed the reference group. But I can, then would it be just okay to mention that adeno, compared to adeno, NOS had higher risk for HPD, pretty similar with the previous or original versions, and just ignore the squamous cell finding. It looks very trivial to me though. It's not that statistically significant, but
So I think because NOS, I don't know the total. What percentage was NOS? Do you remember?
that's in our table. Definitely NOS.
So I think it's small sample size. I think it's by
Right.
lot, which I mean random. So
Right.
There were only 3 patients anyways.
yeah. So if you say 3 patients may have, maybe all of them had, hyperprogression, and use
Okay.
that to make any comparison does not make any sense.
Okay.
So this is really statistics 101. Where I mentioned, is there a difference between the major 2 groups, adenosquamous? If there's like number 3, 4, 5 group, is minor, there's a room for a random error there. So you don't even include them in the analysis, let alone use that as a reference group.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So I would not
Maybe
allow you
more.
to make any comments on the NOS, whether it's higher, lower, it's not important.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
so again, I'm going back to your whole group, allowing these type of sentences. I think this is not scientific at all to describe the risk like this way among different histologic types. So just be very rigorous scientifically amongst yourselves. And when you review articles, not just the grammar, I mean, I see still a lot of grammar errors. A sentence that's not read very well. But I see a lot of scientific errors. This is a major error, and this should not happen to someone who knows statistics 101, okay? So I want to, pick this type of mistakes as a serious fault. And you guys should learn from these. Yeah, make sure you do not repeat the same mistakes. And same
Okay.
thing, if you are to, let's say if you present this and it's a scientifically valid analysis, always make a supplemental table or something to show them the whole analysis. That's why there's a supplemental table and figure, okay? So use it because they want to know the raw numbers and how you derived it. And just looking at it feels like NOS is a very small number. That's why you're able to claim it. Look at the odds ratio. And it's ridiculously low. And it does not carry any scientific meaning in this type of analysis. So I cannot stress it enough. Okay?
Sure. Yep. Then, okay, then I think there will be nothing much to, okay, we'll just state that there's not significant finding we found regarding risk factor. This part will be deleted. And
We had PD at the first post-treatment evaluation. So appear to be better is a weak statement. I don't know if there's a better. So are you saying there's no statistical P in Kaplan-Meier analysis?
yes. Among these three specific group, they were all spared to sorry, give me 1 sec. Non-PD and non. It's tricky. It's tricky to describe. But compared to, so there was a statistical difference between non-PD and HPD, but and non-PD and non-HPD PD, but between these two groups, there was no statistical significant difference, but there was a trend. So these two groups are different significantly, and these two groups are different, but not all three groups are different.
So if there's a numerical difference, but not statistical difference, so people do expect and take it for granted that non-PD will always do better than PD.
Right, right, right.
So that's not the point. I think you have to describe it in a way that there were numerical differences, non-HPD, PD, and PD, but they were not statistically significant. So you can say there was a marginal difference and write out the p-value and the numerical value, like the median PFS and OS was how different. So scientific way is to write out, worst year first year survival, PFS, OS, or median. You can select based on what represents the data best, and then p-value, and let the reader decide what does it appear to be, borderline, whatever words you want to use. You have to back it up with the actual numbers.
Okay.
So explain to me why this is however.
Um, mm, I guess so I think this however is contrasting the fact that between modified and the previous version there um so yeah, so modified group they also showed significantly shorter PFS and OS than non-PD, um, let alone the like the original version definition, original defined patient group, like having pretty equivalent prognostic value, but when we only looked at HPD and modified HPD, there was no difference. So I think this, however, was used to contrast that. So it looks like modified version group, they look like they may have some difference from previous definition of HPD, but when we only compare them, no significant difference was observed, maybe because of lower number of sample size, but not sure about the reason, but yeah.
I still don't understand.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Maybe it would be good, yeah.
so modified definition classification groups versus non-PD by two prior definition. They will be worse. I mean, this is no brainer. People will expect that. There's nothing new here. And then you say modified definitions use new lesions.
Mm-hmm.
PF slots show very similar trend. PFS in all these three categories
Let me,
showed all similar trend. Is that what you're saying? PFS of three groups? I mean, it's written in so very vague, and the logic, I don't understand why this is, however. So again, I think this kind of theme here in this paper, it's described very vaguely. And some of the logics I do not understand. So
okay, so I wish we could have figure here so that you can compare it with the text. But yes, when you when we look at the figure itself for modified version, among three groups, HPDC, the original group and modified group, and then PD without original or modified definition of hyperprogression, they showed very pretty similar curve or plot. But then OS was different. So I think we just described that although there was no statistical significance between three of them. So we try to describe that. And yeah, I agree. These are very
so
descriptive.
again, I think regardless of definition is redundant. And I don't agree with, however, I don't know how the logic flows. I think I still believe that there it seems to be no significant difference between survival outcome, between HPD and modified HPD. That is the point. And
Mhm.
if I were you, I would, because everything you said here is no brainer. I mean, it's what you see in freight trigger 4, but the logic is so it flows so that even if we add more patient by using modified HPD, these group of new patients are not any more better or more worse than the previous group defined by the previous definition. So that's the point, and you describe that. And of course they're going to be better than non-PD, you know,
Mhm.
and adding new lesions are going to show similar trends. These are so vague. And I know you put figure 4, but like I said, when you say they are better or worse, similar, show the median PFS OS, show the p-value in the text. Okay, you say you bring out all the information necessary and let the readers decide whether it's similar or not by looking at actual values. Okay.
Okay.
So here the tendency. What do you mean by the tendency?
Yeah, I think it needs to be more specific. Basically, like there, yeah. So here we kind of limit MHPD as someone having at least 3 new lesions. So even when we put that restriction, the results of prognosis, like results between OS and PFS that was maintained, the trend,
So how I read it is the fact that there was no outcome difference between the modified and classic version was also observed when the number of new lesions were categorized into, and that doesn't make sense to me. When you say this, it always refers to a one sentence prior, okay? And the modified version and the classic version has nothing to do with categorizing number of new lesions. Do you understand?
right,
The way I would phrase this is whether you use the modified version or the classic version, you're not going to see difference in the differential effect of the number of new lesions on its impact on the overall survival. Maybe is that what you were going to say? I actually don't understand what your point is, but when you say this tendency.
I'm currently looking at the figure itself. Yeah, we should have figure as well with the text, but I was wrong before. So through here, what we found is we only looked at modified HPD and non-HPD, and we separate modified HPD according to the number of new lesions found, and then both of group, regardless of the number of new lesion, they were worse than, they were inferior in terms of prognosis compared to non-HPD, but between those two groups, there was no significant difference.
Okay,
So
I think I have to look at the graph. Can you share the graph? I just
okay.
I will unshare.
Sure.
So regardless of what you are sharing, I think the point should be that we said it before we use the modified version. We said it that 3 or more new lesion means poor prognosis. We said it up front.
Right.
Now, is that going to change if we use I guess HPD, if you, so of course they're going to, so I think this is among, so let's I'll say it again. Among patient with HPD, and first defined by just classic Champiad, are you going to see difference in survival outcome according to new lesion 3 or greater versus not? Are you going to see the same difference when you use the modified version? So that's the question I am interested and I believe should be addressed in the following paragraph. Do you understand?
Honestly, I think I have to listen to your comment again later. But these are the this is the figure that I was describing in that paragraph. So
So explain to me which
Yeah.
ones.
so for PFS, regardless of the number of new lesions detected in post-treatment CT scan, they were inferior to non-HPD group. Although some weirdly, like here in the figure 5B, patients having more than 3 new lesions, their significance was smaller than patients who are having less than 3 new lesions. But for OS, definitely makes sense. Like patients having more than 3, at least 3 new lesions, they did poorly on survival compared to patients who had less than 3 new lesions.
What is difference between A and B?
Oh, it's Champion and it's Sarabuzid.
So I think from this graph, you can say there was no clear difference between in PFS analysis, but in OS, whether you use Champion or Sarabuzid, using modified criteria, we were able to see that among hyperprogressors defined by modified definition, there were worse survival outcome seen in a group with new lesions 3 or greater versus not. So that's the conclusion. And that was seen with the classical definition and again seen with a modified definition. So that's the whole point. I mean, people know non-HPD does a lot better always. So that's not the point of discussion. If you write that out, it's going to confuse people. Like, what are you trying to compare? Like, that's no brainer. Okay. So
Mhm.
always pinpoint out the main message you want to make. The main message to me is we've previously said that new lesion 3 or greater is a worst prognostic factor. And even among hyperprogressors defined by classic definition. We said that already, that's given. But the question is, with modified definition, do we see the same trend? The answer is yes. Okay, so you have to write that logic.
Okay. Sure. I think I have to supplement. So honestly, like we only looked at kind of worst prognosis of more than 3 new lesion among the progressor, not among like the whole group. But I'll make similar analysis like shown in here among the original definition, like previous ones.
Right, because that's the only way you can compare apple to apple, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you can unshare so that I can go back.
Yeah.
Okay. Risk factors. Can you explain this? Immunotherapy as third line? Being a risk
Yes.
factor?
Factor for poor prognosis, increased risk for progression, not for hyperprogression, but for clinical like progression. Get the progression that we considered during the whole like follow-up period.
Where is the hyperprogression risk factors?
Oh, that's discussed above. When you pointing out that it's not doesn't make sense to compare like that small number. You remember the part that I described, very small like hazard ratio among the histologic type. So that's actually the one reason why I delve into that small or weird looking statistic a bit, because there was not much we found originally.
So again, my philosophy is the title. You have to go back to title whenever you're in doubt. Always go back to the title. Go back to the title of the manuscript or the subtitle of the paragraph. So risk factor for survival outcome in patients with HPD. So I don't think we need to discuss risk factor for PD. People know having metastasis risk, it's not good.
Right.
We're not saying anything new. People know.
Mm.
And from our article title and our subtitle,
Mhm.
I think we should go straight to the HPD and say, because of the small sample size, it was hard to calculate any meaningful, So what did you actually find?
Regarding risk factor for HPD.
Yeah.
So for HPD-C, Champia, the tumor size at baseline and can we actually go up? Yeah, the right before. The right before paragraph before association here, yeah, risk factors for, so histologic tumor type, let's ignore that, and when we ignore that, only some of the target lesions at pre-base or baseline were significant risk factors for HPD-C, and the presence of liver meta was risk factor for HPD-S. Oh, I think it's in the.
So let me ask you this question. So I'm always trying to follow the logic here.
Mhm,
You talk about incidence,
mhm.
and then you talk about risk factor after immunotherapy, and then you talk about HPD and survival, and then you talk about risk factors for survival in patient with HPD.
Yeah, though.
Why did you put it this way? I don't understand. Why do you emphasize after immunotherapy? I thought we were only looking at patients who received the immunotherapy containing regimen.
Right. I didn't put that title by myself, but I didn't amend that as well. So after.
So why did you put this paragraph and this paragraph separately?
Because they are dealing with separate things. So from the articles that I'm referring to, there was always a part describing the risk factor for HPD, And then they also kind of consider risk factor for OFS or PFS or OS to adjust the model for investigating the prognosis of HPD itself. So that's why I put kind of results in this order. But I do agree with you that relatively it's not that important to describe in detail about confounding factors or the adjustment factors that I consider for a survival analysis. So maybe we can combine two like paragraphs or two subtitles into one section for prognosis of HPD and survivor outcomes. Yeah, here, association between HPD and survival outcomes. I can briefly mention that which confounding factors were considered for this analysis. And
So risk factor for HPD, and I don't
Mhm.
think you need to say it after immunotherapy because
okay.
we don't see hyperprogression on chemo only. We don't see
Mhm.
hyperprogression on targeted therapy only.
Right.
Next, so people who develop HPD, you can do logistic regression to figure the side effect, the risk factors. So that's what you did here. Here, risk factor for survival outcome. When I read this title,
Mhm.
I don't know if you want good survival or bad survival. I'm not sure what risk factor you're looking for. If it's the risk factor for HPD makes sense.
Mhm. Okay.
So this comes down to a grammar issue again. Like, what are you trying to say here? Risk factor for survival. So when you say
Yeah.
risk, so I can't even predict what kind of analysis you've done here. So you have to, like, let's say among HPD patients, you now have one group of patients who do worse. We said 3 lesions or more, right? So among HPD patients, what are the risk factors predicting, worse outcome? But even that, is that a valid question? We all know just having HPD is really bad. Do you really need to do who do worse among them? Is that something we want to find out? So again, you have risk factor for progression, which is not part of our theme. And then because of the limited number, there were insufficient data to evaluate the risk for progression or death among HPD patients. However, among patient diagnosed HPD, those whose immunotherapy was started at 2nd or 3rd line of treatment had significantly lower OS. And again, to see hazard ratio 731,
Right. Doesn't make sense.
it goes back to the same point I made. If there were, I think patients getting 3rd line immunotherapy were pretty low, and you work with that to make hazard ratio, it's not going to make sense. So even the reviewers will look at it, oh, this is not a valid comparison, and scientifically, I don't know what to make of this, other than random error.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't even mention it.
Sure, yeah.
And again, risk factor for survival outcome in patient with HPD. So we're looking at patient with not PD, HPD. So there's really no role mentioning this. I know you did the analysis, and I maybe it has its value when you want to make a comparison to HPD.
Mhm.
I think it would have been better if you have all these things for PD and whether those remain risk factor for HPD or not. But I guess, do you have the table? Is it the sample size does not allow you to do any even univariate analysis?
Yeah, I tried, I tried, yeah, so this result is done among the whole patients that I have, and you want to see whether this result will be maintaining, even only I looked at patients with HPD, right? Is this something,
Do you have the raw data, like the table? Can you show it?
Yeah.
So again, for everyone who want your paper to be reviewed, have table or graph next to it or at the same document. We've always done it that way.
right,
But
I
when
missed,
you actually submit paper, it has to be according to their guidelines.
right. And yeah, I will share my screen. Yeah, so I thought it wouldn't be this long, but sorry for taking up too much time. But I'll, and regarding that OS, actually I want to show you some reference article that I referred to. They also present the risk factor with general, like associated with OS in general. So that's why I kind of tried similar thing. And I'll share. Mm. I guess you can, is it shared?
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, so NOS, that result came from this. I did a postdoc on this, and also for the treatment line here, I guess. I think this is not the finalized version, sorry. We so the final version will be very similar with this, just format will be different. So here, this is supplementary table, univariate analysis for PFS and OS among whole patient population that we have. And here, treatment, yeah, lines of immunotherapy looks like this. And this table also has the number for each group as well. So about 20% of patients receive immunotherapy as a more than third line. And although it was marginal, they had kind of worse or increased risk for PF progression or death compared to patients who have immunotherapy as first line. So
So yeah, this is 24, 45, 20%. So not so low. This is comparable, 3 different groups. First line. Third line. Here, the immunotherapy only was 76%, chemo plus immuno was 17%. And the hedge ratio was similar.
similar.
That's different from what we found before.
Right.
I
Not
think
sure.
our last abstracts, some of the abstracts were saying that chemoimmuno was protective. You remember that?
But yeah, I think maybe that analysis was done by maybe, but not from my experience. I tried many different classification regarding type of treatment, but I compared like IO only and IO and others and IO chemo, but like no comparison was statistically significant. And
That's interesting. IO plus chemo. I guess this is IO plus chemo given in the context of okay, let's go back to the first line. So first line patients were 33.
yes, among 136 and among 31 among 121.
How did you define? So I guess pre-baseline scan and the baseline scan, not everyone has both.
So, Dr. Che, the first time we get the total patients, we got about 300 patients list. I'm the one who make the list at that time. So after that, I check it one by one. Not all patients have the criteria to have a pre-baseline and post-treatment CT scan. If some of the patient maybe have it, but the timeline is not the same. Like we take 1 month pre-baseline and 2 months after treatment. So after that, we from 300 we delayed it. It's only get like about 121 at that time.
So these are lucky 33 patients who had pre-baseline scans, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess most of them didn't have one. What is your experience?
Can you repeat your question again? Sorry.
So I guess most of the patients got immunotherapy first line didn't have pre-baseline scan.
I guess so, because actually I have no idea about the patient list before excluding like patients who don't have 3 CT scan at least. I haven't even we actually collect the line of treatment, all the variable data information here after setting like the list of patients who already have 3 like CT scans who are eligible for this study. So honestly, not knowing much about the original patient list.
Actually, after when the first time we got the list, some of the patients, it cuts a lot because some of them doesn't have the pre-baseline or some of them doesn't have the post-treatment. So we only want to keep the patient who have like 3 times baseline. After that, I think me and Eugene also kind of recheck it again like around July, I think, when we also collect more data and we try to find which patient have like multiple treatment line. And
Yeah,
at
yeah.
the time we got 121 and 136. I think that's the final time that we kind of sure with our data.
Yeah, we only looked at whether they have 3 CT scan or not their like treatment line or immunotherapy regimen at that moment.
Okay. Yeah, because these 3 groups are comparable in
Mhm.
size, I think you can leave the 3rd line immunotherapy statement in the text. I think that's okay. I can't quite say what, the biological rationale is, but you don't have to explain it. It's okay. But I'm very concerned that IO chemo had the same rate of hyperprogression. And
Oh.
I don't understand that, but
Actually-
it's what we found.
Dr. J, once again, I want just to remind you of that this is the risk factor not for hyperprogression, but for increased risk for progression or death.
Mhm.
So
Where
for-
is the hyperprogression one? Can you show me?
hyperprogression one, that's so okay. That's actually in the table 1. So here, this is clearly showing that I'm comparing hyperprogression and non-hyperprogression group according to definition, and there is a regimen data here. So here I only make groups into immunotherapy only and combination with other treatments. I can further make it into, IO chemo and IO and other, like I did in below. Do you prefer that?
Okay,
So yeah, these are numbers.
so what does it tell you? I don't know which numbers are which.
Oh, so here, but I guess the main problem is the number of patients who are defined as having HPD is very low. Among 4 patients who are found to have HPDC, they only, 4 out of 4 patients, they received only immunotherapy. And for Saroglitazide, I'm sorry, I think these 2 columns should be changing. Among 11 patients who are having Saroglitazide, they all have immunotherapy only. Not a single patient received immunotherapy combined with other treatments, but in general, about 20% of our cohort received actually like combined regimen.
So why is p-value not significant?
P-value, why? I'm not sure. P-value was not significant.
So total PD, non-PD, is that how the columns are?
The comparison was made between HPD definition by Champia and who are not having Champia HPD, and separate comparison was made between Saroglitazide and non-SADA visit HPD patient. Among like in total 121 patients. So if you sum up, it's 121.
So did you use what? Chi-square or Fisher's exact?
Fisher's zigzag. Fisher's zigzag was automatically chosen when some of the cells having less than 5 5 less than 5. And many of cells actually were 0, so I guess
Yeah.
yes, so regarding risk factor for HPD, unfortunately we only discovered very tiny, like not much thing, but for Champion, like here as you see, tumor burden pre-baseline or baseline, yeah, was actually greater among HPD patient.
So why do you have? Okay, so PD-HPD, did you do t-test for this?
Oh, not PD, but HPD and non-HPD. I didn't. This is done by t-test, definitely. It's a continuous variable, so. By any chance, do you want to have another column like having only like PD without HPD or PD group here as well? Make it into comparison between 3 groups? Not sure that if that's something you are looking for.
No.
Okay.
So the PD, it's okay to describe it briefly and move it to supplemental if it is. I think it's supplemental, but I think this is the main message. I'm just concerned that why, because there's a 0 patient for chemo combo for both definitions, and I think it makes it because we're putting much emphasis now on modified version. See what the modified version will show with table 1.
Right. That's actually in supplemental table. So I made exactly the same table for modified version, but I put that into as a supplemental. And I remember there was no significant findings.
Do you have it here in this file?
I don't think so. I have. I'll just give me a second. I'll just. If Arnie, do you have like HPD table final version?
Yeah, yeah,
Then
yeah. Let me try to find it. Wait a second, okay? I will send the link. Wait, because I'm using my. I put it in the folder. I will find it for you.
I find your folder. Yeah, sorry, I didn't think of it.
Yeah, I think that's one, the edited one. Yeah, that one.
Oh, it's loaded.
So can you find it or not?
Oh, I'm on my way to there. So yeah, here. Sorry for the time. taking. It should be here. It should be here. I think it's just because. Yeah, sorry for not preparing this beforehand. I think I can show it to you quickly. Okay, so if you go back, if you want to go back to manuscript itself, I can show it to you later as quickly as I find it. I think this is
Okay, then you can unshare.
Yep.
I want to finish commenting on the script first. Okay. So I think you should combine risk factor for HPD. Well, I think it's gonna be a long paragraph. So I think you should say risk factors for HPD, period. And then so here's the thing. Before going to risk factor, you use the survival outcome.
okay.
So the logic is the way it should flow is how frequent is HPD, and is having HPD bad thing, okay?
Mhm.
And what leads to HPD? We don't know. What are the risk factors then? What is a risk factor leading to HPD then? If you're saying if it's so bad, that's the next logic.
Okay.
And then among HPD patients, who does worse? And usually that was the new lesion 3 or above discussion. So that's where it belongs to.
Okay.
Now this is asking the question, I don't know. I actually don't know what this is asking. The question you're asking.
I mean, yeah, the last paragraph, this can be omitted, I think. This is just for adjustment for survival analysis, including HPD as a risk factor for like more associated with the second thing. Is it really bad for bad? Usually, yeah, definitely HPD among univariate analysis, HPD was a indicator for worse survival or worse progression. But I just wanted to adjust that result with confounding factors, some other factors that might be correlated with worse outcome.
Yeah. So I think science is all about asking the right question. So when we say risk factor for HPD is the outcome.
Right.
A survival outcome, it talks about how long will my patient live, period. Now,
Right.
is HPD a valid risk factor for survival outcome?
Right.
You're going to say HPD as a risk factor for survival outcome. That's the title. You understand?
Okay.
And
Right.
then we understand it's a good risk factor from a univariate analysis. will it still stand out as a good risk factor after adjusting for multiple variates?
Right,
Okay.
correct.
So that's the logic how it should flow.
Mhm. Yeah, now I understand. Yeah.
So, but if you, yeah, so write it out that when you look at HPD as a risk factor for survival outcome, this is what we see. Having HPD portends prognosis. And that's pretty similar with, HPD as and survival outcome, but this is more in the perspective of multivariate analysis. How does it compete with other known risk factors?
Right.
That's how you write this paragraph.
Okay. So changing orders and changing the titles and yeah.
Genomic alteration. Is this the right place? This paragraph?
Sorry, I think it should be moved to the risk factor part.
Yeah. I think
Okay. Yeah, correct.
having a specific genomic mutation, does that alter, affect having HPD or not?
Mhm.
So again, always think about logical flow, where it should belong, and what's the sequence. Okay, I think we can regroup. I have 12 o'clock meeting.
Okay.
So we'll look at this maybe, I don't know. I think it's best that Arnie and Eugene hears my comments.
Yeah,
Um,
I will really hear the recording after this again, Dr. Che. A lot of good comments. Thank you so much.
So
Mm.
let's do this. Well, I think 10 minutes. I know you guys are on different time zone. Maybe I'll do a separate recording of. So. Let's do this. I have a meeting at 12.
Mhm.
I will continue to do the that meeting. Maybe in about, I don't know how long the meeting is gonna take.
Mm.
But it might be 20 minutes or 10 minutes.
Mhm.
So, I think we'll regroup around then, 12:50
Okay.
to 12:20.
Yeah, that's doable for me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I will wait for it, Dr. Che. No worry.
So I
Thank
think
you.
we waited too much. I don't want you guys to wait another week to get them, Uh, okay. So I don't know if we're using the same link for the next meeting or not. Liam, do you know?
The link for the meeting?
Yeah,
Or are you asking if it's the same link as this lab meeting?
is it?
No, it's a different one because the
Right.
next meeting is a Microsoft Teams meeting.
Okay, so we can pause this, right? And
Yes.
I'll come back here and leave it open.
Mhm.
Okay,
Thank you all.
yeah, we'll come
Thank
back.
you.
Okay. I had to eat lunch. I was running out of energy.
Understand.
Okay, let me share the discussion because I want to get as far as I can. There is a chat box. Uh, Eugene, are you there? Do you want to share that modified HPD risk factor?
Sure. I think let me go down. It's here. It's presented as supplementary table, and same format with the original definition, modified group, and people without modified HPD for Champia and SADA visit here as well.
Okay, so go down to
So stage, but I'll ignore. I won't do the post hoc analysis for this because it looks like it's just random thing, and histology as well. Still so small number of people for each group, for some group, and but weird, not weirdly, but notably, pre-baseline, baseline, sum of target lesions, which is tumor burden, one of type of tumor burden, were not significantly different for HPDC, MHPDC, unlike HPDC. It was different between HPDC and non-HPDC, but there's no difference when we look at modified version of HPDC. And it's marginally, it looks treatment lines. When you compare percentage, looks like people who are treated with immunotherapy as more than third line, they look like develop more MHPDC, but it's only marginally significant. And
so that's
other
not
than that,
significant. That's not marginally. If it's less than zero, if it's not, just
Okay.
disregard. Don't mention
Okay.
it.
Okay, can I go down? There's more below, I think, a little bit.
So immunotherapy, if there's a chemo, develops hyperprogression in 12? And if it's immunotherapy only 2?
No, this sorry, these columns showing patients with MHPDC. So among 14 MHPDC, 2 out of them were treated with combined immunotherapy with other therapy, but most of them were treated with immunotherapy only, and it was pretty same with modified SADA as well. So, so it was previously 0. So previous definition, there were no patients who are treated with combination among HPD, whether it is Champia or SADA, but
So here, regimen of immunotherapy, you have 12 and 2. I think it's you, this is an error. It says 12 and 2, isn't it 2 and 12?
so Yeah, I think this should be, yeah, you're correct. Sorry. I think let me, yeah, just change the order here.
No, you cannot because the Sada Budid is correct.
Okay.
So just
Yeah.
change it later.
Okay, yeah.
So again, I'm very concerned. I just picked up this lot and you have major error here. So I want you to double check all the numbers, make sure it's correct. I cannot go through all I cannot be the one who proofreads everything for you.
Sure.
What are the chances of finding another error like this? It has to be error proof. Okay?
Sure.
So let's see. So stop at the histology. I have a lot of comments here. So my comments pertains to modified and classic both tables. So because large cell, poorly differentiated, and NOS is small number, it's best that because in a lot of clinical trials, what they do is squamous and non-squamous. That's how they classify. Okay, so do it that way. Okay, because in that way you can still say squamous
sure.
versus non-squamous. What were they different in HPD and modified HPD? Okay.
Okay.
I think that's better. Go up to the tumor stage. So here, is it true that all patients here received immunotherapy? Is it true?
Yes, yes.
Arnie, is it true? I don't know if Arnie is still there. Anyway, my point is, if you write like this, stage 1 and 2 patients receiving immunotherapy, they're going to ask, why in the world did you give immunotherapy to stage 1 patient? Do you understand?
Right.
So when you're making table, ask those questions and go back to the chart. See if patient received immunotherapy for right indication, or is it a right staging? Do you understand?
Right. Maybe, yeah.
So don't just do it because you're given numbers. When you make table, think about the true indication. Is it a correct indication? If not, they should be taken off the list. Do you
Okay.
understand?
Yes.
Now, there's such thing as adjuvant or neoadjuvant, which should not be part of this analysis, correct?
Yes. Is there? Oh yeah, patients who received immunotherapy as neoadjuvant or adjuvant.
What I'm saying is they should not be part of this. We've done the exact same thing with radiomics. We had that discussion. But with hyperprogression, we're looking at their overall survival. But overall survival for a patient who gets neoadjuvant or adjuvant, by definition, means they should get surgery, okay? Their
Yes.
prognosis is going to be vastly different from the original metastatic or locally unresectable stage 3 patients.
Right.
So I have great concern having stage 1 and 2 patients here.
Okay.
So I would go and review all the charts, make sure the staging is correct,
Okay.
and none of them received neoadjuvant or adjuvant. Okay, and everyone actually received immunotherapy.
Okay.
So I don't know who made table 1, but when you actually get the raw numbers down, try to make sure this is real. Like, who are we looking at? We're looking at patients getting immunotherapy, and what is their indication? If they got it for wrong indication, they should not be part of the study. If you don't think about that from the beginning of your data collection, you're gonna have to rerun the data always. Okay? So
Right.
you have to be error proof at each step. I cannot spoon feed you all, everything. This is very simple question. Are they receiving immunotherapy for stage 4 patients and unresectable stage 3? Okay?
Right.
And even if I don't say anything about this, the reviewers will always come back to you. It's gonna be even more painful.
Okay.
So I want you to put your best to make, I'm very disappointed that this has a lot of errors. I understand somebody's not native speaker and, the English should be better and we need someone to help you with that. But this is regardless of your language skill. Like you cannot have any errors like this. Okay,
Understood.
so again, the general comment about this table is, I think because we're putting emphasis on modified, I think it makes sense to show this in supplemental table. I think it's too much to make it. Maybe. This is characteristics. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking how to move this to regular, but I think it's too much and it's gonna make table too big. So I'm okay with making it still supplemental, but still make that a real sticking point that when you write results, describe this fully, that when you use modified version, what stand out as a risk factor? And what was the difference when you use the classic versus modified?
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, now.
Can I unshare or?
Yeah, you can unshare. So I have a 5 to 10 minute visit with a study coordinator. So I'll put this on pause. I'll be
Okay.
right back, okay?
Sure.
Okay, I just finished the meeting. This quick meeting. Okay, let me share the discussion. Oh. Is it the first link? Jian, what Dr. Jian sent us, the first link? Manuscript? Okay. You see it?
Yes. I can.
Okay. Okay, discussion. The major findings of our study are as follows. First, risk factors were different. I don't think that's our point.
Okay.
Incident varied according to definition. Of course it will. I don't think there's anything interesting about that. Using modified version of HPD by adding newly approved increased incidence by according to different definitions. Fourth, patients with HPD had inferior survival outcome than the PD without or PD without HPD or MPD. I don't like the statement. This HPD could be either one, MPD or HPD. So it's vague when you say that. Lastly, MHPD was associated with worse than HPD. Although the difference was lack of statistically significant. So this is not grammatically correct, and I don't know what you're trying to say here. Can you elaborate?
I think it's good to refer to the table or extra results. So it basically it refers to the multivariate analysis. And even after adjustment for confounding vectors, it shows yeah, the association of MHPD with overall survivor was, I think,
So do you have that table?
yes,
Can you share?
sure.
Tell me when you're ready.
I am ready. I'm currently looking at the table.
Okay.
Or
And share
can I or
And-
is it better for me to share the link of the all tables so that you can refer to it, or
Yeah, send me the link.
okay. So I put the link in the chat. Anyone can access it, and please refer to the table 2. Table 2 is very long, but very in the bottom part, there is a result comparing multivariate analysis for each different definition. So, and the right side result is about overall survivor, and p-value improved a bit for a modified definition. So,
Like how? Like, explain to me how this is better than this.
so no, actually, the right column. So here. So for when we
PFS and
did
OS. Okay.
PFS, it looks pretty similar, but OS, HPDC and HPDS, they of course they are associated with worse OS, but then the hazard ratio and the p-value got improved. Like it's more clear. There's more clear association between and I think I got muted temporarily. So
So based on this table, the question is, can you make a statement? Modify PHPD was linked with worse survival outcome. Can you make that statement based on this?
not worse. I don't think so. Yeah.
Then why, I don't know who wrote that sentence, but I don't know why that was made as a point.
Okay. I just want to emphasize that it was not worse, but it showed like pretty similar.
MHPD was associated with much worse overall survival than HPD.
Yeah, I don't think that makes sense.
So again, this does not make me want to read the rest of the discussion. This is the part where this is the part where the reviewers want to read and determine, so what's the take-home message here? Why am I reading this? Is it worthy of my time? And if this sentence doesn't represent your data analysis. And p-value, little difference, whether it's significant and more significant or not, has nothing to do with the direction of association. Hazard ratio wasn't anything better or worse, was similar. So you cannot make this type of statement. This is also going back to statistics 101. So I'm actually at a loss. Like, I don't know what comments to make. This is very basic. I think the message is pretty clear. I think I've said it 10 times. Whether you do modified or whether you don't do modified, this HPD group patient, even by adding new group of patients by the new definition, their overall performance does not seem to differ from the previous group. That is the main take-home message, and that is the reason why we're saying maybe the current HPD incidence is underrated. If we really take into the consideration of frequent new lesions happening on the start of immunotherapy, maybe the incidence has to be accurately evaluated with the modified version of the definition. And if we do so, we say that the newly added group of people do as worse as the initial group of patients defined by the previous definition. And this is saying something that is very different. So definitely this, and also this is not grammatically correct either. So it's same thing. Like, I think if you read something like this, I'm sure half of the reviewers won't continue to read. So I don't know. So let me give you writing class 101 here. you cannot make any mistakes in terms of formatting table, formatting graph, okay? You cannot make any grammatical errors. If you make one and reviewers stop reading, oh, this is not error proof. This is not reviewed, to send it back, okay? As this is very significant. I want you to make sure that when you bring your manuscript to me, it has to be publication quality. And if you cannot make that happen, I don't expect you to be a good doctor. You have to be error proof when ordering patients medication. Error proof is very important. It's part of our professionalism. And I think it's a big problem. Oh, this is just a risk, research, and it has nothing to do with my future. If you have that kind of attitude, there's a big problem in it. I know you guys do your best. Like, oh, I have to pass my step to get, Illinois license. I need this document. You have to be error proof. Otherwise, your visa is not going to be approved. You cannot get to the next step. If you think this is less important than what you're doing for your clinical steps, I think there's a really big problem. So I'm very disappointed at so many errors that I see. And I think I have to stop here because I don't think I can give you any more comments because there's so many errors and so many errors at scientific level, at grammar level. And I'm very disappointed that, you present this as a publication quality. So I think that's my comment. So make definitely, improvement based on my comments.
Sure.
And I don't want to see any similar errors in any of the remaining sentences. Okay.
Yes,
So-
Dr. Chair.
So professionalism, I want to just emphasize professionalism. Same thing, working together. If you guys share, make sure it's presentable, okay? Just going back and forth trying to show the table, I think that was very unprofessional too. Not knowing where the table is, what you actually have done. If you wrote this paper, I don't know who's the first author here. So Arnie and Eugene, you have to know 100% about what you've done. Oh, I just helped with the analysis. Well, that means you're not first author. If you think this is just helping, you're not first author. You have to know 100% of what exactly happened with the data set. Okay. If you think you disqualify as a first author, please say so and just don't get the credit. If you think you deserve first author, make sure this is error proof. Grammar, let's say if you paste this and put in ChatGPT, you could find all the errors and could come up with all the, you have the resources. It just means that you're lazy, not doing it, okay? So I want you to make sure that I could look at it and you guys did your best, and I can see, sense of professionalism when you show me the papers, okay? And
Yes,
so
Dr. Chair.
I want to just use this opportunity to teach you guys that this is not we don't have time to correct the grammars. I can go over the what's best logic, how to best present data, but at the level of data quality, who gets immunotherapy when they're stage 1? I don't. If you've been in my clinic, no one gets immunotherapy for stage 1 cancer. Okay, nobody. Okay, they happen in your data set, then there must be an error, right? So that's that's the logical thinking. If I don't see that happening here, there's a major problem, right? You're not doing research just because, oh, I'm given this project, I have to do better so that I can get good recommendation letters. I don't want you to be that kind of person. where you use science to get to the next step. You're doing this out of, curiosity. You're doing this out of, a sense of professionalism and passion. And I don't see that happening here. Okay, I know you've done your best, but right now your best is not good enough. I'm not,
We are
I don't understand why I'm seeing this much error and still a lot of errors. You have to put in, and some of them are, some of errors I see if I see the error and said, well, it's because you lack clinical insight, if this is lack of experience, I want to teach you. But some of the errors are not. It's just the distortion of the data. It is just neglect. And if I see that over and over, it's coming from our own group. But if the reviewer sees it, end of the review, you stop it. It's not at the quality where we can accept your paper. You'll get rejection 10 times, and you'll just be disheartened and just lose interest in science. That's what's going to happen. So at the very first step, I want you to show 100% professionalism. Okay.
yes, Dr.
And
Chair.
I want to see quick turnover. Don't spend a week fixing this. I want to see the next turnaround 24 hours, 48 hours. Give yourself a deadline. Okay.
Yes, Dr. Chair.
So I will continue to review it. We have Dr. Jiyeon here, so I can sit down and do it old school. I can just, print out paper and give you read. And I can, as we used to do, I can just record it with the voice recorder and send you guys my comments with the pictures. I don't want this to be, once a week review. I want this to be out ASAP, and I don't want to sit on this. So based on my comment, fix it 24 hours. I'll give you next comment 24 hours. We're gonna make it keep going, okay? And
Yes, Dr. Chair.
we're gonna send it out, but it just needs a lot of revision. And make sure next time I review this, I found no grammar errors. I found no scientific distortion. Okay. If you make wrong table, it just say you're not professional. You haven't looked at it yourself. And you cannot rely on me to look at each table whether the numbers are right or wrong. Okay. So the first authors are reliable first, but I want all other co-authors to make sure it's error proof. That's your job. Okay. Work with the first author to make sure it's done right way and there is no other false claim. The fourth point was false claim in my mind. Okay. So make that change, and just because Dr. Jiyeon is here, give her the next version. I will make revision with her on daily basis. Okay.
Yes, Dr. Chair.
All right. For this project, any questions?
I think for me, like right now, it's enough. We will try our best to revise it first and show it a proper version one after this. And sorry for today, Dr. Che.
Any comments, Dr. Oh?
Just a quick question for patients who are detected to have stage 1 or 2. Is it okay for me to share the list of them with someone in the lab and ask them to check whether that patients receive, indication of immunotherapy, and then exclude them if they are not eligible? I think that's the only way we can move on with that issue, right?
Yeah, actually, I want to discuss that after this, but yeah, I think it's like the best way. just to check in the epic again for the patient who stage 1 and check them for the immunotherapy only for the stage 1 patients. We can find it on the list, I think.
So that's stage 1 or 2.
1 or 2, yeah.
So again, I will endorse any effort that you work with anyone in the lab to work together to verify the data. And how you will do that, it's up to you. You know, you don't have to ask me.
Sure. I will, yeah.
So for anybody in the lab, or whether you're, you know, not in Chicago or somewhere else, once I give comments, do your best to fix it real time and get back. And if you have any questions that come up, so what alarms me is that some of the very basic errors that you'll see, like you don't if you don't discover, if you, how should I put it? If you don't ask, oh, Dr. Che, why does stage 1 patient get immunotherapy? Why do they have, you know, hyperprogression? If you're not alarmed, there's a problem. We just keep doing it, and just, if you're doing analysis for analysis sake, if you're doing science just for publication and I want to get it out of my way and I'm like done, like goodbye Che Lab, I'm done, I did my job. Like what's the good? Like, you know, what's the good that comes out from it? It has to be the real curiosity and passion and the questions that come out of it. And if you don't ask the right question at the right step, you're going to end up, oh, I have to redo this. Oh my God, I have to redo this. Why is he keep giving me, you know, things to do? Like, I don't want to do this anymore. You understand what I'm saying, trying to say? Like, you have to ask the right question first. If you don't ask the right question at the right time, it's going to backfire and come back to you. Like, oh, redo it. Okay. You know, it's part of my fault that I didn't catch that stage 1 and 2 in the first place, but I'm equally alarmed that you guys didn't tell me anything about that. The radiomics people asked me about the neoadjuvant and why should that be included or not. So the same thing goes here. I don't know if you guys added neoadjuvant people here or not. I don't know. You guys should know because you guys know the raw data. So if they're included, it's going. What I can say is it's going to vastly affect the data in a negative way. Okay. So it has to be unresectable stage 3 or stage 4. That's our eligibility criteria for getting the immunotherapy, right?
Yes.
If you have anyone who received curative surgery or curative chemoradiation, they should not be in this data set. And I don't know if you included it by error or not.
We'll check.
Yeah, and the first authors needs to know whether it was included or not. Okay.
mm,
So make sure the quality is there. I cannot afford to discover that at the last step. It's going to make you guys redo everything again, okay? So at each step, ask valid question. Who are we looking at? What's our question? And I just don't see that happening with this project. You know, it's just ongoing revision, major revision each time. And I think there's a major problem. And some of it, my worry is if this is done, oh, I told Dr. Che I'll finish this. So I'll just keep my word. And if that's the only reason you're doing the project, there's a major issue there. Okay. It has to be, constant reflection. Why is this project important for our patient? How can I improve patient care based on this project? And what is the right clinical question? Is this the right data? Is it the right analysis? I don't want to say anything false. Okay? So if I don't see professionalism here, my assumption is you're not going to take good care of your patients too. Because you're not professional in, you know, it's going to be reflected in everything you do. So with that, I think I'll end here. But I will say this, I don't want this to be once a week feedback. I will give my feedback real time. You can get back to me real time on this. Dr. Jian is here daily basis. And if it's not happening, if it's still happening once a week, I will interpret that as, you know, lack of passion. Okay. Okay. As much as I want to give you feedback, I just had to stop because I cannot tolerate more errors. And it's total waste of everyone's time.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We'll make we'll make revision.
Okay.
You know, Dr. Chair.
Let me see. It's 1:30. Let me see what my next meeting is. Okay, I have to be on another call at 1:30, so I will end the. So I was hoping to get to Haesung, so I know she has a lot of journal club. And next meeting, I think I want Dr. Jian to. Well, next Tuesday, there will be no lab meeting. I'll be in AACR. But the following week, Dr. Jian, about the negative effect of the PARP inhibitor, if you can present on that as well. And maybe some more update on the ctDNA, the recent update, and its in its use in neoadjuvant setting. Maybe give us some more update and maybe make some hypothetical graphs. You know, show me some hypothetical graphs. So once we get the data, this is kind of the graph you're going to make, so we can really get ready for your publication.
Dr. Che, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
You have a meeting.
Yeah, I'll have to go. So yeah, so we'll see you guys in 2 weeks in our lab meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chair.
Okay, Dr. Chen.